Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series.
Dream Chasers. Dream Chasers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series, round 3. My name is Jonathan Tony. Probably see me on the old drift circuit back in the summer, and plenty of other virtual events. Sean is out here. He's getting something. He just had to step away. But he'll be joining me on this round. But man, oh man, am I excited. The drama that folded from last round from these competitors coming out with Garrett Shaw, or aka Garrett the Dragon Slayer Shaw, coming out here. What's right and what's wrong to compete in this competition? Who are you guys excited for in this next round? I hope you guys are having as much of a fun time watching this stream and watching these competition. I had to get super excited, get amped up. You know what I always do before a round happens? It's crack open a monster and then enjoy my fuel going into it. This whole competition. We're waiting for Shmay to go out here. This track is very, very unique in a sense where how they enter. So we had a little bit of discrepancy throughout the whole competition. I was able to sit in the driver's meeting today, and what was happening was there was some little confusion on what is allowed on initiation, and basically we are not allowing any 3-point initiation. So if you're high on that and you motion towards the inside and then you try to flick out and then flick back into the initiation, that is a 0. We have a bunch of competitors out here today that have some questions about it, but they got that hashed out and settled, and we're excited to see how these guys perform as a top dog here at Kilkare. We have right now in the standings, I'm looking at the qualifying sheet. It looks like Garrett might be in the lead. I'm gonna pull this up real quick, but we're having these drivers come out here. We're trying to figure out who's up first and who's up second, and I don't know who's on third. You know, that old comedy skit. We got these guys practicing out here in Kilkare. I'm excited to see what happens from that inner clip. There's an inner clip after that skinny straightaway going into that outer bank, how they're able to extend all the way out there. The motion, that's a big decel zone there. Some guys are going to be using some handbrake to kind of extend it out. We're waiting for the drivers to come out here. Hold on 1 second as we look at what's going on. All right. Do have the lineup coming up. We see Garrett Shaw out here representing the AOM boys, getting up to the line. We're getting ready. This whole track has been made by ACS Geronimo, coming out here and showing people how it's done with these virtual tracks. He's been doing fantastic out here. He's been studying the game on making tracks. He's such a great person to even talk to and understand what makes in a track, how to make it more realistic, how to make it look good without kind of like causing frame rate issues for these drivers. Some of these drivers are driving in a VR, and sometimes it causes some frame rate issues like on certain zones. But so far, when I drove this track I was able to drive it with PJ Paul Tantillo, and he has been doing a great job. Stellar performance. I see some people in chat, Slayer, hi, and YouTube, and everybody in the Twitch chat. I hope you guys are having a fantastic time as well. We're gonna get excited, do some qualifying. It looks like we have about 20, a little bit over 20 competitors today, so it's gonna be a quick qualifying round. And we're gonna see how they come out here and perform. As you know what, this is gonna be one of the quickest rounds we're probably gonna experience. Here we go. They're having a little bit of technical difficulties in the end, but we would like to talk to you guys a little bit about our sponsors that are on this track, who we appreciate greatly. We have the Temple Productions coming out here helping us out with the streaming, Aceto Drift League, Hannah Motors, Vosan, Longhorn Performance, Camus, as well as Dream Chasers. I said Cloud Chasers. Dream Chasers out here. KMR team is representing. Will Holloway is out there with that Miata, the MX-5. Super quiet. Sounds like you're far back from my mic. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, there we go. We should be good now. Brandon Shorten with the biddies. Petty Carl in chat saying, I love you, Tiny. Love you too, man. Shizno out here. Everybody out here to see their top dogs, or their guys that they perceive to be the top dog in Kilkare. Here we go. We got Garrett Shaw coming in with that Nissan Z, coming in Let's see how he performs with this nice little flick going into that first outer zone, keeping that midline, hugging it to the wall. Going into this skinny power alley, coming into this big decel zone, into this inner clip. Stays tight with that, extending all the way out to the final power alley. Transition is smooth and consistent all the way through and filling each zone out with nice angle. He was very smooth, little to no input on his end. Well, it was fantastic to see. And when boys out here practicing, and they've been doing a fantastic job with practicing every battle. Sounds like surround sound. What? Now we're gonna have our next competitor out here, Darius Austriaca. Darius, BDC driver. He has a brother that is Martinez. Martinez is a good friend. He's a great driver as well. Haven't been able to drive with them often. I love driving with these guys. They have great personalities. Darius Austriaca over here with that BMW coming in for his qualifying run. Looks like Garrett Shaw got an 83 on that previous run. Fantastic job. We got Darius Austriaca coming in, pulling out that first outer zone, transition to the second outer zone, left foot brake and e-brake going into that inner clip. All the way through that second wall ride, going into this inner clip and transitioning all the way out, keeping it steady and smooth. My man is out here just snorting G Fuel right before the run. It's just qualifying, guys. You don't have to send it all out there, but we have a couple of different tracks out here that we're excited for. Here we go. Who's our next? Vadim Abramov will be coming up next. And Darius Austriaca comes in with an 89.7. Next person is gonna be Vadim Abramov. Vadim Abramov with that flanker. I'm starting to like the flankers now, being seen in the virtual side. Paul Mox is on the lights, a semaphore. Vadim coming in with that flanker, blue and white. Big old flick. Coming into that first out of zone, a little tap to the wall. Going into this first power alley. Transitioning, huge angle. Going into the inner clip and holding it. All the way to the second wall ride. Transition is smooth, little to no corrections. Going throughout the track. He is very smooth and consistent and literally scrapes that bumper on that final wall ride. And launches himself off the track. Out of excitement. Looks like an 84.3 from Vadim Abramov. We have Sam Machine Guns coming out here in that S chassis. All right, here we go. Sam Guns with the blue and purple. Coming in with a big flick into that first outer zone. A little bit midline on that first outer zone. Coming to this power alley, filling it all the way out. Huge angle going to the inner clip, but a correction going into that second wall ride. All the way into this final power alley transition. He's in the beeline in the inner clip, going all the way around. Keeping a nice proximity to that final wall. Looks like Sam Machine Guns gets a 82.7. Next driver we have Where is he at? He is Will Holloway with that Miata, that KMR team, coming out here with a nice livery. Stuttering like Porky Pig in the background. Oh, here we go. Well, all the way with the MX-5. Rotary powered. Coming in. Lights are going. Let's see how Will Holloway performs out here with the ACS sponsored livery. Coming in with a huge flick, renewable lubricants, lip sticker on the side, coming all the way into this transition. A little bit midline, but he's keeping it all the way through. A little bit late on that final wall, going, wow, this is not normal from Will. He's usually smooth and consistent throughout each round. There were some corrections going through that qualifying run. Wow. I'm shocked by that. Will Holloway usually performs at a higher caliber on that. Maybe he was trying to be consistent. We don't know. Smooth and consistent always runs and wins races, but looks like Will Holloway comes out with a 79.7. Next driver is Brandon Shorten with the Chevy Corvette out here. Chevy Corvettes are being predominant now in the drift game, starting to become more like the 240SX. Coming in with a nice flick, staying midline on that first outer zone, transitions through real smooth, using a lot of left foot brake into that inner clip and trying to hold it in. Barely touches that second wall ride zone. Transition, boom, all the way into that final outer zone. Man, this track seems to be a struggle for some of these competitors on that second half. I don't know how that's gonna perform for Brandon Shorten. It's looking like a 73 from Brandon Shorten. Next driver we're gonna have coming out, I was explaining how Chevy Corvettes are becoming like S chassis. From what I've seen, the Chevy Corvettes have been really solid. It already has an LS motor in it. I'll have to do some minor tweaks to get it drifting. But we have Jackson Hanna. Jackson Hanna coming out here. Getting ready, and let's see how he performs. He is very good on the keeping an extreme angle and momentum throughout the zones. Let's see how he performs as a driver here at Kilkare. An e-brake initiation going to that first outer zone, keeping midline. Huge angle going into this power alley, left foot brake, and he touches that inner clip going into that final outer zone. Oh, mercy. He is keeping the momentum going. I was talking about how he had a huge angle and he was able to go through all the zones, but some of the zones he was shallow in from what I was seeing. It's very cool to see a driver like that to come out here and actually be able to carry angle and just I don't even know how he kept it. Here we go. We got Nico Stella out here with the 890 Supra, purple and black. How many people have driven this version of the track, but last year's version? The last year's version is actually a lot different from what I've seen. This first outer zone is a little bit tricky if you don't get it right. We have Nico Stella coming out here. And then actually a more shallow line to try to huck it in there and keep deep in that second outer zone. Filling it out. Third outer zone is good. Transition into this inner clip. Staying close and tight to it. Final outer zone. Keeping a good proximity. He was coming out here and putting a good run. Looks like he got a 84.7. Jackson Hanna got a 73.7 before. Now we have Garrett Shaw coming out here. Garrett Shaw is coming out here for his second run. He had an 83.3 on this first run. Let's see if he'll huck it in there and try to send it on this second run and get a higher placement. Garrett the Dragon Slayer Shaw. I was able to talk to the AOM guys after the competition and they made his name in the Discord, Garrett the Dragon Slayer Shaw, which was funny. I was dying laughing seeing that. But we got Garrett Shaw out here with the Z coming in. Nice flick. Whoa, wow. Tucking his bumper onto that first wall. Huge angle into the second outer zone. Inner clip is good. Getting nice angle. A little tap of the left foot brake. Kind of get that angle. Going to that inner clip. Going final outer wall. Oh, man. If he had a deeper zone on that final outer wall, that probably would have been a high 90s run. But golly. And Garrett Shaw gets a 90. That's our first 90 in the 90s club. Next, we have Darius Austriaca. Darius Austriaca, BMW. Let's see how he comes out here and performs with this BMW after that show in class of Garrett Shaw. Darius is trying to keep that left foot brake to keep his car stabilized throughout the whole zone. Huge braking into that inner clip. That is a decel. But, oh, wow, he scrapes his bumper on that second outer wall, going all the way in to that final outer zone. Wow. There's Austriaca coming out with a 91. Vadim Abramov is going to be next. Here he goes. Vadim Abramov with that flanker. Vadim Abramov initiates kind of in the mid-bank. And going all the way through to that final outer zone. Money. Transition is good. All the way through to that final outer zone. Great job from that flanker. Yeah. Vadim Abramov with a 90.3. Next we have Sam Guns and Machine Guns. I don't even know what that guy was talking about. Did I make a joke? Anyway, the joke is you, CV. Here we go. Polmox coming in with the lights. Sam machine guns coming in here with that S chassis, flicking it in there all the way through. It's keeping a midline on first outer zone to this skinny wall. Wow, going in, keeping it smooth, consistent, a little bit of a correction, going into that second outer wall. Transition is money to this final outer wall, all the way through. Very conservative run from Sam Machine Guns. And he has to be an individual and drive through the other side of the pits at 90.3. Here we go. Will Holloway is driving up to the line. He did a very conservative run previously. He's warming up his tires, scrubbing up his tires. Got E-Flex fuel on there on the livery. Vitors, renewable lubricants, ACS drifting. ACS drifting is a huge friend of this series. Waiting for the lights. Will Holloway is out here. Doritos in chat for this rotary. Miata coming in here. Well, Holloway's a spotter for KMR. Trying to do his team proud. Coming in with a nice flick. Staying in that first outer zone. It's riding that outside line. Coming into this inner clip. Money. Filling it all the way out. That Miata is very small, and he is able to reach to each zone. Huge angle in that transition all the way to this final outer wall. That was a very smooth run. That was a lot better than his previous run. That small car is so hard to reach each zone. I respect Will for using that car for sure. That car is so small. We have Dilly in chat with a tiny, hi Dilly. Well, Holloway gets an 82.3. A lot better than, well, what was it? 3 points better. But here we go. Brandon Shorten coming in here with the Chevy Corvette. American Muscle. Chevy Corvette coming in with a nice smooth flick into that first outer zone, but keeping a mid to low line in that first outer zone. Second outer zone transition, money, huge angle into that inner clip. I don't know how he kept that going into that second wall, still keeping a mid to low line, shallow on that inner clip to that final outer zone, taps that wall, says, baby, come back. You can blame it all on me. Man, that Chevy Corvette looks sick. I'm just saying. Brandon Shorten gets an 80 for a second run. Next driver is Jackson Hanna from Hanna Motors. Oh, I hit my funny bone. I got a new mic stand. and it's right next to me, and I was stretching my right arm, slam my funny bone. Here's Jackson Hanna. Hopefully he doesn't slam his car into the wall, keeping a mid line going to that first outer zone. The power alley here, very low line but huge angle going to that inner clip. I don't know how he kept that going all the way in. He's keeping a very conservative run, misses that inner clip going into that final outer zone. Might be a lower score compared to what he did before. Did miss that clip. It's like a 72.3 lower score. He's going to keep that 73. Next, Nico. Nico coming out here. I look at his last name, and I don't know if you guys are old enough, but Streetcar Named Desire. Stella. Nico Stella coming out here and performing with that 890 Supra. Ice flick going into that first outer zone, keeping it mid, getting deep a little bit, transitioning into this power alley, going to this inner clip, huge angle, punching that inner cone, going all the way into the final outer zone of that section of that track, going into this transition, good, but a little bit long, holding that angle. Looked like he kind of slowed down a little bit by lifting a little bit on that throttle, but man, that was smooth. Let's see how they get it. It's an 82.3. $82.3 for Nico Stella. We're gonna have the switch up for the servers, get the next pack of drivers, and we're gonna get we'll get our next group coming up. We want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors out here. Jackson Hanna, Camus, Dream Chasers. We know that driver is not here today, but he's here in our hearts. Sun is dabbing outside my office window right now. Like not the drug. I mean, like, you know, dance move dab. Please check out our giveaway for Twitch subscribers. 2 entries per sub, gifted subs. Make sure to follow CNDS, Dream Chasers, Camus, and KMR on Instagram. Giveaway will be a random draw done in round 5 of CNDS and will include a prize package from the sponsors mentioned. You guys are very interested in Formula Drift. We got some of the guys out in ACS. We're doing like a meetup at English Town. You guys ever want to go and hang out with some of the guys that do sim driving and virtual driving and actual driving and having a good old time, definitely go out to English Town. It's a good time. But I'm excited to see one of the guys I've commentated IRL, Louis Lantz, moving on to the Pro Spec in a Chevy Corvette. I'm very excited to see how he performs, and he is, from the last I talked to him, he's kind of nervous but excited as well for this opportunity, like any person would be. Understanding taking that next leap and traveling across the country to perform at possibly the highest level in caliber in the United States is insane, and the thought process is crazy. We got other drivers out here. We have like Jeff Jones coming into the Arians or ACS Discord, hanging out with the drivers, as well as Rome Sharpens here. If you guys ever want to hang out with us, we're always in there having a good time. Moderators are usually on there. So we got I love it. You know what? So one of the judges said instead of it being cars and coffees like the car meetups they usually do, the ACS meetup is gonna be called beers and bellies. I love it. I love it. We got Ed Husa out here running a, what is that, GR86? What I'm seeing, hold on, double check. And his bumper sticker says, "I love haters." Let's go Husa. So these drivers are coming in, practicing up, feeling out the server. It's crazy to see how the tracks are a lot different with the temperatures coming through. And her clip is fantastic with Husa using straight up smoke show going in, punting that inner clip, making the track crew work. You know what's funny though? Doing this in real life, I've seen how much these track crews, the guys are out there running back and forth. Like, I'm pleasantly plump. I used to do a lot of running when I was in the military. I'm glad I'm not doing it anymore, especially doing it in the hot Florida summer. These guys are out there just putting in the work. All right, we're gonna have a quick moment from our sponsors. We'll catch you guys back to see the rest of this qualifying. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series.
Dream Chasers.
Now we're getting our drivers come in to this server. We're gonna have a split group from B and C join the server. Try to make this as efficient as possible and quick as possible. Qualifying, like I said earlier, we don't have a full bracket for this competition, but we have Edward Husa coming out here showing how it's done. Huge flicking into that inner clip, doing a fantastic job. Now, the drivers I'm actually excited to see, especially show up here. PJ Tantalo with that BMW did a fantastic job on the last round, top qualifier. See if he does a top qualifying run in this round. We have Carol, Diego Carol, also known as Petty Carl, content creator here on Twitch as well. Excited to see how he performs. Been he's been very cautious on how he performs in each battle. Kind of new to the VDC spec, the pro spec scene. Last competition I've seen him personally compete in, it was a streetcar comp. So him taking the leap into a pro spec round is fantastic. I believe Joseph Kapinski is also out here representing in IRL as well. Joseph JK he was actually able to see him perform, or actually drive in real life. He drives for Door Tappers. It's a Orlando based team, and he runs I believe it's a 370Z black one, and he was able to get third place at the Black Friday OSW event, which was awesome to see. The virtual side actually helping him out. Other virtual drivers that go to Pro-Am or Pro Spec level, Pro-Am level, you have Ryan Acevedo, who does the US Drift Circuit. So he was just insane. I've seen him drive in real life, and I always wanted to have the opportunity to drive with him on the sim. But he is now in PRI. All these drivers, when they go from virtual to real life drifting, it's a different beast coming into this. I'm excited to see how they translate each track. Husa also drives in real life as well, and he's using a lot of it. I believe he was the one that had the broken clutch pedal one round. It's insane to see these guys go out here and shred this track. I'm over here I'm struggle busing with the wheel, just getting back on a wheel, or actually went from controller to wheel. For the guys that are watching in chat, what setup do you have? You have a Moza? Do you have a Logitech? Let me know what you got in the chat. We got Brandon Latham and Husa coming out here doing a gangster tandem throughout this track. A little foreshadowing possibly of the future. Husa taps Brandon into the wall. Lets him know I am here. Got Mr. McSkittles VR with the Moza R9. Moza CRP pedals. Betty Carl, some magic on top. Nice. Man, I was able to get with one of the drivers here when I set up my sim rig about a couple of months ago. And I picked up a Camus. Camus was actually pretty cool. It was a 15 Newton meter one, and I run VR, so it's a different beast. I earned a huge respect for these drivers that run wheel. We got Rizo out here with a Simicube, top dollar item. Camus on top. We have Alexander. He is sponsored by Camus. Of course, he's going to be saying that. Alexander is one of the young prodigies out here, ripping and shredding throughout the track. VR is the best way to race, in my opinion. I've heard that. So I've heard that a lot. I've went from, like I said, I went from a monitor to with a controller to VR, straight VR, and a lot of people said I leaped into a huge deep end. Got Blastoise in the YouTube chat saying Moza is the light, but we have Edward Husa coming out here. Put a qualifying run. Let's see how he performs. Doing great during practice. Flicking it in there, being nice and generous, keeping the mid to deep line and using some left foot braking to kind of angle up going into this power alley. Huge braking into that inner clip, but using that momentum to carry himself into the third outer zone. Transition is good. Boom. All the way through to that final outer wall. A little bit of an early exit. Man. And then Latham is going to be next. JP coming out here saying he has a Thrustmaster T300. Oh yeah. Mr. McSkittles VR subscribed with a tier 1. It's going to be entered into that giveaway. You're the only person that you're the only person I know that has a chemist that isn't sponsored. You know what? I should take that as a compliment. Here we go. We have our next competitor out here. Brandon Latham coming in with a flick. Going to that first outer zone. Filling it all the way out. Going to his power alley. Second outer zone, good. Huge angle into the inner clip. Riding it all the way out. But that huge angle is a big no-no going into this inner clip. He missed the third outer zone completely with so much angle. It slowed down his momentum. Man. Hearing the judges deliberate a little bit. Gets a 67.3 because that decel was huge in that inner clip. You still see Darius Austriaca is at the top with a 91 of this bracket. Abramov is holding second place. The same Guns is also holding third place. Very, very unique turn of events. We got Edward Husa coming in here for his second run. Nice initiation. It's that first outer zone, keeping midline in that first outer zone. Going to that second outer zone, a little shallow on that zone. Going into that third outer zone, hucking it in there and keeping a nice angle and proximity to that outer wall. Transition is smooth and riding that outer wall. That was commitment on that final outer zone. Holy smokes. So gets an 83. Fantastic run. Next driver, we have Brandon Latham coming in. See if you can clean up his line. Very generous flick going into that first outer zone. Transition is money. Huge angle into that second outer zone. Keeping that momentum, using some left foot braking. Wow. Slowed himself down major, but got that zone. Going all the way to that final outer zone. He's feeling good about himself there. Husa, you do not. Here goes. Looks like Brendan Latham gets a 75 that run. Going back to our previous question, we got a G920 over there. We also have Tyler Duck. Saying Fanatec? I believe he has a Fanatec. Husek says he got stressed. And it's all about having fun out here. Still just letting it out there. Rocking the Fanatec Elite Pro. Stupid fast gaming out there. Saying that. Oh yeah. I've been enjoying the canvas though. But I'm excited to try out other wheelbases when I go to real events. So like Formula Drift, I believe they have like a Sim Magic booth. I think all right, we are switching servers right now. So I always get crap. So this is what's happening in the background. I keep my force feedback at 100 and then like tone it down in the game. I like the feeling the traction in the car, you know? And some people they I'm just built different. Let's put it that way. Just gonna leave it there. I'm built different. All right, we got our drivers coming out here, switching servers. Should be our back half of the qualifying bracket. Trying to figure out where my comfy maps are so I can see the next driver. I've been struggling with that. All right, we're getting words back that Shmei is in here. We're waiting for him to load up. Very gangster tandem, my man. Gangster indeed. Look at the gangster right there tandeming. Holy gangster.
All right, check, check.
Oh my
What's going
God,
on?
you are loud. Hold up. For me.
All right, what is up, Tiny? How has the event been going?
The event's been going good, Shmei. Been seeing some cool runs out here. These guys tandeming and having a fun time. We have our top qualifier out here. Darius Ostriaka coming out with a 91. Vadim Abramov is a 90.3. A surprising showing. Garrett Shaw got a 90. We have also Stevie8711 in that Twitch chat. He was never loved by his parents. He's acting like a troll, but it's all good.
All right.
As long as he's out here watching and enjoying the show, the views to the stream helps out.
Man, these guys looking like they are on point this morning.
Yeah. So, have you had the opportunity to drive this track, Shmei?
I have.
So, what do you expecting with the tandems, and what are you expecting? Like, where's the biggest choke up points, and the biggest the struggles for the chase or the lead driver?
Well, to me, this is definitely a chase driver's track. This is definitely set up in a way that allows the chase driver to get right up on the door of the lead driver. I think the only point that the chase driver has a problem is going to be going up the bank after that inside clip.
Yeah, definitely.
I can.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
But it's crazy how a lot of these tracks you're explaining. Well, you said that this track is definitely a chase track.
Yes.
I noticed a lot of the CNDS tracks is basically heavily regarded as chase tracks, which is somewhat unique from what I've seen, like from what I know for drifting wise. I think the biggest chase track you could actually think of in, let's say, for FD wise, I would probably put Road Atlanta as top dog there. And I'm looking at, in general, you do have Long Beach, which it's also a good chase track as well, but that big choke up at the end can cause you just over rotate. Irwindale is also another cool track for chasing, but I still think it's heavily more on the lead. If that lead doesn't give a good run and the opportunity for that chase driver to come up and use him as a moving clipping point, that could be it. You're right there, Shmei.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm getting my setup all figured out.
Figured out, huh?
Yeah, I got rid of Stevie for now too, so
It's all good. Oh, Joseph Kapinski launches himself off the track.
Jesus.
I just saw him in front of my car, just launching himself. All right, we have our next competitor, Riley Durham. Coming out here with that Ford Mustang. Riley Durham did a good job last round performing with that Mustang, but let's see how he performs out here. We're waiting for Paul Mox to drive up with the semaphore. Joseph JK in the chat. Wee!
Wee.
He literally launched himself.
He
Joseph
decided to
JK.
take a SpaceX class.
It's funny. I was just talking about him earlier. And I was able to see him. I've seen him multiple times in real life drive. He's actually a stellar driver, IRL, for what he has. But here we go. Riley Durham. Shmay, you want to take this away?
Let's get them vocal cords warmed up, boy. All right, we got Riley Durham, CNDS, S550 Mustang, coming out here in that RTR kit. Coming out here for his first qualifying run. Let's see what he does out here on Kilkare with our new layout. CNDS 2023. Here we go. Coming through the power alley, Riley Durham transitioning to our inner clip here. This is going to be the biggest choke-up point here for the chase drivers. I think goes up all the way on the bank, showing us how to throw down on this track out here this morning. Transitioning to the outside zone and throwing it as hard as he can all the way against the wall. Beautiful run from Riley Durham.
Damn, that was a hell of a run for you to start off, man. That was actually insane.
Wild.
He flicked that Mustang right in there. The one thing was the ending run, the ending zone. He was not holding a good proximity to that wall, but man, he was freaking killing it out there. Looks like he gets a 79.7. Next driver is going to be Joseph Kapinski. Joseph JK. Real life team he runs is Door Tappers. These guys are pretty legit. They're pretty cool guys to hang out with. Very outspoken individuals. Let's put it that way. Very, very outspoken on their skill, and the love and passion they have with it is awesome.
Yeah, man, that actually kind of makes me think there's a fine line between being passionate about something and, you know, being a little too outspoken, you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. We'll see Joseph JK if he can bring his outspoken personality onto the track. Coming in. Oh, very late into that first outer zone. He probably is listening to me on the stream and giggling and cackling, but hitting that inner clip, staying in that beeline, trying to reach out, going all the way through, transition into that inner clip, boom, all the way to that final outer zone. Run from Joseph Kapinski. It's that Z. It's a little wild when I drove it, but I'm very surprised to see how he performed on that.
All right, looks like Mr. JK got an 80.3 for his first qualifying run today. Not bad. Puts him right there in the center of the pack.
Yeah, gives him a good spot. We don't have a full bracket today, but we're having these guys run through qualifying so we could seat them and then get them settled in to the top brackets. I think we're doing 24, I believe, and then a couple guys are going to get buys. But next, we have Brandon Kasor out here. Joseph JK is 80. Wow, I'm proud of myself.
Is this a new livery here for Kasor?
I think it is. It looks like a Pepto-Bismol can. It's Brandon Kasor out here. Coming in with the S chassis. Missing that. You're keeping it low line on that first outer zone. Transitioning into the power alley. Inner clip is good. All the way to this third outer zone. Flirting with the wall. Transition. Huge angle into that transition. All the way to that final outer wall. Money.
That was keeping the second half of a run.
Yeah, the first half was a little bit struggle. It seems like, you know, when you have the bubble guts and you take the Pepto-Bismol, you're struggling the first probably 5 minutes. That first half of the track was the first 5 minutes. After that, he kept it together, especially his sphincter.
No, he's gonna just have to keep it nice and tight next time. Make sure that he doesn't slide off track, you know.
I love it when I have a co-host like you, Shmay, be able to giggle and talk to you about Pepto Bismol and sphincters and stuff like that. It's great.
That's 79.7 for Brandon Casor. All right, up next we got Jason coming up here all the way from Canada. Of course, first run here in this S chassis. He's one of our top competitors here.
Whoa!
Really seasoned veteran, and up against that wall is the initiation for Jason Coates. Transitioning deep in that outer touch and go. Going all the way up the bank, up against the wall. Little bit of left foot braking to get him a little more angle. Transitioning through that inside clip, up against that final wall. Oh, he loses a little bit of angle, but right up against that wall.
Oh my god. He was flirting with my emotions the whole track. It was insane. Man, he just
the only
hucked
thing
it.
I saw was just a little bit of angle being lost at the end there to keep that outer zone up against the bank. But man, that was a spicy run.
Yeah, it looked like that final outer zone. He kind of Jason Coe gets an 85.3 on that run. With that final outer zone, I don't know if you noticed his left foot break in to try to slow himself down because I think he was cooking a little too hot. But it helped him out and not hitting that wall. That's why he had to shallow up a little bit on angle and try to continue on. He fought through it, but it was good run from him. Man. Man, Shimei, I woke up this morning at 6:30 and had myself a cup of tea. This tea was about positive vibes. It said positive vibe. You usually drink coffee.
That sounds very highbrow of you.
You know, it was very bougie of me this morning. But the funniest thing is I was drinking out of a Death Wish coffee cup.
Nice.
So
you had like chamomile tea out of a Death Wish cup.
Yeah, it was a mixture of violence, but daisies with violence. Let's put it that way.
Dude, this is gonna be the dumbest reference, but for some reason that reminds me of Mulan. Dude, when little freaking I can't even remember the names at this point. It's been so many years, but when all the Huns are popping out of the snow, dude. Little dragon's like, dude, they're popping out of the snow like daisies. Violent daisies.
Dude, it's funny. I randomly sing Mulan like when I'm bored.
Oh, we sing at work all the time. We're on like construction sites all day, dude, and we'll be just belting the We Are Men.
Yeah.
Oh,
dude. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Let's get down to business.
Dude, all day. I don't care if there's 30 people in that place. Other contractors that are 50 years old, dude. We're just belting it. Hilarious.
I actually, when I worked at the range, I would start singing Barbie Girl randomly. But nice. It's great. But definitely a classic. I just heard Chap just sing Barbie Girl in the background.
Dude, Villains is saying that so I told him about Charged Lemonade from Panera.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently it killed a guy recently because there's so much caffeine.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it has 400 milligrams of caffeine in a 30-ounce cup, and a dude had 3 of them and had a heart attack and died, and I told Villains about it. And the next day, he was like, dude, I'm like vibrating. This shit's crazy.
I'm tasting colors and seeing sounds.
Yeah, he said he went to bed at 4:30 and woke up at 7:30. He says the Charged Lemonade from Panera kept me up all night. It isn't no joke.
Wow. We have Bowden out here with a AD Supra.
Oh, I love this car.
Yes. Big fan of the A80 Supras after the Drift Monkeys. I don't know if you guys remember that team back in the day. But here we go. Bowden coming in. The nice generous flick, going into that first outer zone, keeping that midline, riding that outer border line, going into this power alley, keeping the midline in that zone, and then shallowing in the inner clip. Real shallow. Transition, money. Then the final outer zone.
Man, it wasn't the most beautiful run. He didn't have the most angle, but my God, was he fast.
Yeah.
That car was so fast.
Yeah, it was zooming. Very DMEC-esque entry. I do like the speed and aggression. Some guys, I was having a conversation last night with left foot braking, the applying left foot brake. I'm a very big proponent as using it as a tool and not consistently using it, because we had like back and forth conversations. Oh, it doesn't slow you down. I'm like, if you do it right, it won't. And the same thing with the e-brake. But we have Riley Durham out here with the Ford Mustang coming in, huge flick, a little tap to the wall, but keeps fighting through. Into this power alley, huge angle, flicking it in there. Boom, tapping that inner clip, going all the way into that third outer zone. Transition, huge angle, and each section of this track being very aggressive all the way through. My God.
Another beautiful run from Riley Durham.
It was very aggressive. I loved it. But it looks like a 72 is a little bit lower than previous. But like I was saying earlier about the left foot braking, I'm a big proponent of not using less of left foot braking and just committing to each zone and following the track. You'll be more smoother and you had that speed. As we saw Bowden out there going out, and there was little to no left foot braking from him, but he was just committing, which I liked about it.
And now next we're going to get Joseph Kopinski up again. And his 370Z LS powered John.
Did you hit me with the John thing, bro?
All right, Joseph JK coming up here for his second qualifying run. Let's see if he can put a better number up on the board. He initiates really early, but huge angle, and then has to check up angle to reach the entirety of that zone. Coming down off the bank, bounces a little bit, looking at that suspension work, misses that inside clip almost completely, just barely got that front bumper across it, up against the wall, transitioning through the chicane and back up against the wall on the final outer zone, and does a great job holding it out.
I could already know what was going through Joseph JK's head. When he flicked into that, he was like, "Oh shit, I actually held it." that's what was going through his head while he was drifting. You get a 78 compared to the 80 before, but that flick in there was insane. I like seeing those big old flicks. Going into that first outer zone, he did check up a little bit, kind of like correct himself, but the commitment into it, fantastic. I love it. I love seeing that. We have Brandon Kaswara out here. I'm sorry to cut you off. Pepto-Bismol! Let's go!
Joseph goes, literally. That's awesome.
It was funny. I met up with Joseph at Black Friday Drifts. That was my son there. And he was like, dude, it's cold out here. And I'm in there. Oh man. No. Hey, there's cones there, bro. Going through... initiating into that first outer zone. Power alley, he did hit that first cones going out there, but man, it's just a scratch going all the way into this transition, all the way to the final outer zone. I think it's gonna be a lower score than previous, but
man, he was locking up those front brakes on the last zone.
Yeah, he loves hitting things. He hit that wall exiting the track too. Yeah. My goodness.
Gotta make sure that body kit bounces back, you know?
Oh my God. Yeah, so Joseph JK says literally. Yeah. I guess it's like I said, I talked to him a little bit at the Black Friday Drift event. I was there with my niece and my son. And he just gets in the zone, but his mentality is pretty funny. But next, we have Jason Coate out here.
All right, Jason Coate coming out here. Got an 85 his first qualifying run, which is up upper middles here for this event, and he initiates huge initiation all the way up against the wall. A lot of left foot braking, but a beautiful initiation. One of the more aggressive ones we've seen. Transition through the touch and go into the inner clip. Doing a great job keeping a consistent line. And a little bit of left foot braking throughout the track to keep angle. Transitions a little late through that chicane and coming through this final outer zone. And uses left foot braking again to push all the way to the outside of that zone. What a run, though.
I feel like his front tires are so sticky that he drive. Yeah, his front tires are sticky. It's like he has dried maple syrup on there.
Oh my God, we got a holy cow! We got some big numbers coming up.
A 90.5 on that run. Next, we got Bowden. Man, dude, it's been interesting. You know what this track is fun with? Have you ever drove this track with street cars or street powered cars?
I do not believe so. At least not for a while.
It's insane because the amount of commitment you need to go into that first outer wall, especially what we've seen from Coat when he wins that first outer wall, the initiation. He basically took out his tail light out by scraping that wall. But now we have Bowden coming in here with the 80 Supra. Huge flick, using a lot of left foot brakes to try to reach that zone. Going in to this power alley, transition to the second outer zone. Money, under clip is good. Going to the third outer zone, being shallow with it, struggling on flirting with that zone. A little bit late on that transition, very low angle, going all the way through. I don't know how their judge is gonna look at this, but that was. I wish he had a little bit more speed on that first outer zone, so he could fill it out.
Angle.
Yeah.
It was just kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It was a little soft, you know, a little conservative of a run, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But he did fill out the zones a lot better than previously, so he got a 75, a little bit higher than his previous run.
Better than as long as you're improving out here, that means you're learning, and that's that's a great, you know, that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Do we have one more group coming up?
Yes, we have one more group coming up, and we have some gangsters coming up. Shout out to Stevie.
I think he's gone. I timed him out. I didn't want to ban him, but
yeah, it's all good.
It's gonna take, you know, it's gonna be like a 3 strikes thing, unless you're being like racist or something.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the haters because they give us views, man. If you're just watching
man,
us,
if you're gonna come out here and troll, look, here's the thing. I don't mind if you troll if you're intelligent about it. If you're gonna be, you know, childish and immature about it, then go away. But if you're gonna be like an intelligent troll, that's funny.
Oh yeah, I enjoy intelligent trolls. That's hilarious. Speaking of trolls, so we're talking about the AOM boys. They got me. They got me the other day. Rampage, great dude. Love chilling with them. I don't know if Rizo was there, but as you know, Garrett Shaw. But they caught me. He caught me with
the Dragon Slayer.
The Dragon Slayer Shaw, yeah. One of the drivers was saying, what was it? Oh no, we were driving and Rampage. I was saying, hey, I'd like to listen to music, you know, and I was listening to Falling in Reverse. I want some chill vibes. I decided to put LL Cool J, and then Rampage was like, yeah, I'm a part of a group, and he caught me with these nuts joke and got me, bro. It got me real good. I walked right into it. I'm like, yo, what's the name of the group? He goes, DNN. I'm like, DNN. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, thanks, man. I thought we were friends. But
I got
no.
so many of those, yeah.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
It's bad when it's such an old joke, but you get caught with it like so good. You just have no choice but to laugh. I don't know if you ever heard of Paulius Drusus talk before. Very handsome voice.
I have not. I've not had the pleasure.
I mean, he heard me.
He must have gotten a little flustered there, man.
He got flustered at the driver's meeting.
He is gripped up. My God, that thing
Yeah.
has all the grip.
No, man. Oh, we have Paul Tantillo out here. Was able to drive with him earlier this week. And the cool thing about it, I like to drive some of these guys' cars just to feel how it is. I was able to drive Joseph JK's car a little bit earlier this week. Then I drove Paul Tantillo's. Paul Tantillo's car, it has some understeer to it, but it actually looks like it's gonna help him out even more. God, did you see him ride that wall at the end? Oh man,
My Lord.
but it has some understeer to it that it causes him to get in the zone a lot more efficiently. It's insane.
We got Nicholas throwing down a hell of a run here in his half chrome S chassis.
Nicholas Nutshell.
It kind of reminds me of the I don't know if you've ever been to Florida, but if you know what the I-4 eyesore is.
Nah, I've never been to that part of Florida.
It's so if you go down I-4, there's a building that is all glass that faces the sun as you're coming. I don't remember which direction, which cardinal direction, but as you're going down I-4, literally it blinds you. Like you can't see anything.
Really?
It just takes the sun and shines it right in your face.
That's crazy. Where's this at in Florida? Is this like towards the northeastern
it's on I-4
part?
next to Kissimmee.
Okay. I have yet. I think I might have driven
It's
through
like
that part.
Orlando, Davenport area down I-4. Let me see if I can find a picture. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I think I have so fun story about when I moved down here to Florida. I drove from Pennsylvania in GMC 2500 and driving hitting Florida and then going to where I was gonna move to. The views that you get on the highway, I think it was 95 I was driving, is insane. Because it's against, you got the mixture of, all right, you got beach, and then you got the mixture of, oh, this is like a little city, like New York. I've recently drove through Orlando. I want to say it was the last Drift HQ event I did, which was in September, I want to believe. And driving through Orlando was like a little New York. It was insane. There's a different, this is one thing I like about Florida. You get different perspectives of the United States. It's cool. You got country, you got city, you got beach.
Alright, I just sent you a picture of it. That's from the other direction, but if you look at it, it's an all glass building, and so if the sun is in the air, at midday.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
It's an atrocity.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful building, but they just it's awful. But yeah, that's what his car reminds me of.
Yeah, that's insane. Alexander Matted is the young buck, the young prodigy out here, the A90.
Oh, he's a young buck?
One of the young bucks. I think we have two young bucks out here. Alexander Matted is a sponsor by the Camus. Really cool. We have Diego Pettycar launching himself off the track. Dude, I think that's the funniest thing to watch. While you're at the line, you see someone launch himself off the track.
Yep.
It was awesome. But it's so cool. I think Shmei, we had the fun comp the other day that we were able to goof off and have a good time. Take it. We both aren't top competitors like these drivers, like Alexander Mattet, as we see him run this battle or this run. Coming in, with that first outer zone, keeping the midline, going all the way into the second outer zone. Huge angle, using some left foot braking to kind of stabilize himself, going into that final outer zone. Very consistent transition, boom, filling out that inner clip, going into that final outer zone, keeping that midline, doing a great job being consistent. And like I was saying before, we as commentators, we enjoy the sport. We do love having fun. When we did the fun comp, I really wanted to battle you, just to prove people that I'm worse than you.
Dude, I was, let's just say, not all there for that comp. I was not prepared, we'll say. It was fun.
Yeah, it was. And then when I ended up doing the Chelsea Denova roll up at the chase.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We need to do another one like that, dude.
Oh, definitely. Alexander Matek gets a 68.3. And it seems that he had a small 3-point transition or initiation.
I was wondering. I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah. So what we explained earlier is when you're in that zone, when you're in that zone, that initiation zone, that line, you should not be making a motion towards the inside. You should be actually just going up the bank and then initiating into the zone. If you're motioning to the left and then to the right and then initiating, you are doing the 3-point deemed by the judges.
All right, so up next we got Paulius Drusus up in his GT86. Just waiting on the production to get this qualifying run going. All right, and here we go. Paulius going towards that initiation run. Initiates a little late and really slow. It looks slow from this angle here. Coming down the bank, transitioning to the touch and go. Shallow angle, but gets all the way into that inside clip. Goes all the way up the bank. Shallow clip, or shallow against that outside zone. Transitioning up the bank, and kind of a lackluster run, but definitely got a number down on the board.
Man, it was, I don't know.
I'm not sure what it was about that run, but it just did not have the energy that I've seen from the other drivers.
That's what it came down to. I've seen Paulius Drusus come out with a gangster like run, but we'll see how Paul Tantillo, our last round's top qualifier. I'm not trying to up the suspense for him, but he did a fantastic job last round. He's kind of like an underdog out here, coming in here with a nice flick, using that understeer to try to get in that zone. Good job going all the way through. Transition, uses some left foot brake. Lot of commitment going into that inner clip, going all the way through, applying left foot brake to get the outer zone. A very conservative run from Paul Tantillo with a huge flick into that final outer zone. Very conservative run, hit every zone. A little bit shallow on that third outer zone, but that's definitely a good scoring run from him.
Every time I see these cars out here, I notice different things from them. Like, I didn't even know that thing had side pipes out the,
Yeah,
out the skirts of that thing. That thing's just...
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a bad car.
Yeah. Next, we got Nicholas Nutshell out here. That's chassis.
All right, here he goes with his initiation. Really good flick from Nicholas here. Keeping a solid angle through that outside zone. Transitioning, really smooth. On throttle a little early. Hits that inside clipping point. Good wall ride there from Nicholas. Transitioning through this chicane here. And against this last outer wall. Painting that white line. Maybe a little bit of a tap on the wall and comes out a little bit early.
That he needed more momentum in that first and then in the transit, not the transit, the initiation. Man, words are hard right now. If he had more momentum carrying himself into that initiation, it would have been able to fill out that first outer zone. Nice flick though, but he did get a 66. He was very shallow on a bunch of the zones. Next we have an AOM member, Varys, also known as Blastoise. Where you at, bro? I'm looking for.
All right, Michael coming in the line.
Yeah, Michael Varys has a feature on his car that he sticks out. He sticks out his arm and says, "Bring it on," and then drives off.
No, I thought you meant the Honda badge.
There we go.
Honda out here.
Yeah, the S2000 hardtop coming in. Nice flick into that first outer zone. Riding it all the way out, throttling it out. Good job going all the way. Using some left foot brake to kind of coast him into that inner clip. Third outer zone. Money coming out here. Going through that power alley like he's dancing bachata all the way through to that final outer zone. Well done. We're looking at there's the score 87.3. Good run. Next we have Diego Carroll. Petty Carl coming out here to try to perform. It's crazy how he's coming out here with a baby blue car. Very simple, you know, clean. Just out here for the show. He's like, hey, I don't need flashy livery to show my skill.
Who's bumping? That's awesome.
Wait,
dude, what?
What's going on?
He's bumping music. He has subs going in his car.
How do you? I don't hear that.
Oh, dude, I hear I hear the windshield wipers rattling.
Here he goes.
Oh, I'm so distracted, dude. I'm sorry. I'm listening to music.
I don't. Coming in. Flicking it in there. Going all the way to that. Oh! He tapped the wall! He still holds on to it. Going to his inner clip. He is struggling. Go all the way through. He might be beating himself up for this. On top of that wall.
Oh, yep.
And he launches himself to Narnia.
Dude, I'm like just jamming out.
I don't even hear it.
Dude, can you hear it on stream? Hold on.
How do you?
Yeah, because so the CNDS cars have like YouTube and Apple CarPlay and Android Auto stuff, like interactive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, interactive radio dashboard. So I'm wondering if I didn't know it played through that. I didn't know it played through the speakers.
I didn't know that. That's cool, dude.
Yeah, the CNDS cars have an extension for it.
That's awesome.
So like it'll literally pull up if you put on like Spotify, you can literally just click Spotify in your car, and it'll start playing your Spotify playlist.
So they actually hear it in the background. They've probably been hearing me listening to some suspect stuff while I'm drifting. Then.
No, it has to be through the car dashboard.
Oh.
I'll show you.
Gotcha.
I'll show you if we get a break. I'll show you. It's cool. All right, here we go. We got Alexander Matet coming up here for his second qualifying run. Let's see if he can get better than a 68.3. He initiated very slow. I wonder if there was something wrong with his car or something, because that was very interesting.
Wow. Oh, he just quits.
I think they had him reset.
Okay.
I think that was a false start.
Paulius, go away. Be gone. There we go. We got Alexander Mattet as a reset. Here he goes. Let's see how this young buck, our future generation of drifting, coming in here and flicking it into that first outer zone all the way through. Going into this power alley, getting a nice little fill out midline. Nice job. A lot of corrections from what I'm seeing. Going into this power alley at the end, all the way through to that final outer wall. Really low, shallow on that final outer zone.
All right, let's see if that's going to be better than his first run. His first run was a 68.3, and he gets a 67.7, so he was not able to increase his qualifying score there, unfortunately.
It seemed that he had a lot of wheel inputs onto the car. If you notice, when he was drifting, his front tires were just moving a lot. Just let the car eat. That's pretty much what you want to do and commit. If you're over inputting, it tends to show that you're not fully committed onto the run. You're going to see some of these drivers out here being smooth and consistent with their wheel. You could tell by the front wheels that they're not switching and spamming like Michael J. Fox with no meds. But coming into this, we got Paulius Drusis coming in, filling out the first outer zone, keeping a low line all the way into the power alley. Deep fill out, huge decel going into inner clip, but keeping that momentum all the way to the third outer zone, transitioning into the final inner clip, going in to the final wall to see if he reaches out, touches it, and gives a good proximity to that final outer wall.
He looked happy about that one.
Yeah, he did. He looked really happy. Let's see if the judges are happy. Judges show they are a lot happier from the previous run, 77.3. Next, we have Paul, the Peep Tantillo, coming in here, ACS livery, showing them what he's got with the BMW. Nice flick into that first outer zone, being generous, being very, very consistent with filling out each zone, punching that inner clip, going to that final or second outer wall, going into this power alley. Good fill out. I think he is understanding the line and filling each zone out. My goodness, he feels good about that one because he just goes straight to Azkaban.
That was a great run there from Paul.
I noticed it when he was driving that final inner clip, how he hit it was perfect. The judges are looking for you to ride that outer line going to the final outer zone, and how he kind of like, if you notice how he moved out a little bit to just dive into that inner clip, so he has that momentum. Perfect. That was fantastic to see.
And it looks like the judges agree. It's an 81 there for Paul Tantillo. Up next, we got Nicholas for his last attempt at a qualifying run. Big initiation, kind of shallows up there towards the second part of that zone. Down, really big transition on the bank there. You can see that suspension really working hard. Punts the inner clip. A lot of corrections in this outside zone. Through this chicane here, hits the inside clip. More clutch kicks, and looks like he struggled to hit that outside zone as well. A little bit of shallowing.
A little bit of corrections, man.
Yeah.
It was sketchy. And when we're looking at this as a driver or as a spectator perspective, you want to have a lead run or a qualifying run that is chaseable. A lot of the things that we've noticed with some of the drivers or actually being behind the wheel tandeming with people is if you're watching the front tires or seeing the movement of that front tire or the front part of the car, it's going to choke you up in the chase. So we want to as smooth and consistent throughout the track so it doesn't cause a mishap for the chase driver. But next we have Blastoise out here. Michael Varys with the S2000. with a smooth flick into that first outer zone. I think he's going for another conservative run with that S2K going into this inner clip. Boom. Nice and consistent, reaching out to that outer wall. It was insane. Going into this inner clip all the way to the final outer wall. Let's see how he performs. And the spoiler is hanging over the wall. Being very flashy.
That man left nothing on the table there. He let him know. And he basically gets the exact same score, 87.7 there for Michael Varys. Really consistent. That's what we want to see.
I just heard what one of the judges said about drinking another cup of coffee, but we got Petty Carl out here with an e-brake pull into his first outer zone. A lot better going into that initiation. Coming into the power alley, uses some braking, a little bit of correction going into that third outer zone. All the way through. Very smooth. Going into the final outer wall. Let's see if he can send it all out there. Riding the outer wall. A lot better than before. I know he is feeling good about that. That was fantastic. Let's see. It looks like he gets
80.
an 80.
Wow.
I think it's so funny. I have him kind of pulled up on the side and his facial reactions. It's hilarious to see.
Holy crap, he's listening to Swizz?
Oh, I love Swizz. Like funk volume Swizz.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Oh man, it's
That sounded like
WIZZ
Swizz,
and add another.
Dude, his voice is like, I mean, there's no one else that sounds like him. It had
Oh
to
yeah.
be.
It's so funny. I just watched Petty Carl's reaction to his score. He has a huge fist bump, and it looks so great. Whenever you see some guys out here performing, and he's just amped up, riled up, getting excited for putting out a good run and getting into this competition. I know that feeling inside of him is fantastic right now. I love seeing drivers like that in general. We have our next drivers coming up. I think we're towards the tail end of our drivers. Am I correct? I think it was probably like maybe 4 more drivers. Am I correct? Am I wrong? Am I delusional? Do I have dementia? We don't know. Is my TBI acting up? Maybe.
I swear I got glaucoma.
Isn't that with your eyes?
Yeah. I've had too much coffee.
That reminded me of the time my buddy, he got out of the military, but he was a medic. I used to always tell him the wrong terminology for the things that was affecting me. So, I would explain, oh, my gastrocnemius hurt. That's a muscle. I think it's on your knee, and I'll be rubbing my arm. I'm like, yeah, my gastrocnemius hurts. And he's like, that's not a real term. I'm like, no, it is. Check it out. I had him Google it. He's like, that's your knee, dude. I'm like, oh yeah, my gastrocnemius hurts. I start rubbing my knee.
Jesus Christ.
went into HVAC in the systems.
HVAC?
Yeah, he went into HVAC. So he called me up one day. He was like kind of down on himself, and I was talking to him like, dude, like you graduated the school for HVAC. Now you just move in and start like hustling, you know. HVAC is a good business, you know. And he was like, yeah, Tiny, I know that. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yo, you just come over to my house, maybe have a couple beers, hang out, and then you could check out my cumulonimbus. He was like, your what? I'm like, my cumulonimbus. He's like, your clouds? I'm like, no, my HVAC system. And he got so mad. It was just be those little things. But we see Stupid Fast Gaming with the 300 biddies in chat. Appreciate you. Mwah.
Thank you, sir. Wolfie didn't show up today? What?
Wolfie didn't show up today. Man. Petty Carl dropping the hearts in chat. Happy
Wait,
to
did
see
Brandon
you.
Marina not show up either?
No, he got scared while playing what was the scary
Lethal
game?
Company?
Lethal Company, that he had nightmares all night. He missed out.
Oh, gotcha.
That
That
I
music
love.
box scares me too.
The music box? What?
It's a thing from Lethal Company.
Is there really?
Yeah.
The only music box I know about is like what Ghost Hunters use. I've been hooked on watching Ghost Hunters stuff, and it's insane. I think that's what I'm trying to get people together for when we go to Jersey for Formula Drift, to go to a haunted asylum or something like that. Go ghost hunting, and have a good time and go ghost hunting. I just got a DSLR camera to record like vlogs and stuff, so I think it'll be a good time. But
Do you believe in in ghosties?
I think ghosts are real to an extent. Like, I feel like I need to experience it, you know. And I think there is like a like haunt, like presence and stuff like that. Like some of this stuff. What was the Conjuring house? I don't know if you've seen videos of the Conjuring house.
I have.
That some of the stuff that happens in there, yeah, I don't even know how to explain it, man. That's how crazy it is.
I don't know, man. I've had a couple of experiences, but I don't know if I don't know, man.
We'll come to E-Town this year. I was there last year. We'll have some fun. Experience phenomena
I'd be
together.
more afraid of like a homeless person being mad that we're in their area. You know. What's kind of funny is like I've probably had more experience with like religious miracles and paranormal stuff, and yet I don't believe in any of it.
Oh, really?
I've seen people get healed in real life, and
Yeah.
I don't believe it. I don't know, man. It's weird. There was like a
It's all fair.
what's that?
That's all fair. I respect people that are willing to open up about that. But
I mean, dude, it's so weird because like we had a little ghost girl living with us. So like my brother swore that, I mean, we had taps come to our house, like no joke.
oh, really? That's crazy.
Yeah, it was like a Midwestern. It was like, it wasn't like the TV show, but they had like a Midwestern
Mm-hmm.
branch that came out, and we had to like leave our house for the night so they could go through it. And I don't know, man. I don't know. The thought's cool, but I don't know if it's. I don't know, man. I've literally seen things, and I still don't know if I believe it.
Man.
I'm too logical of a person.
Oh yeah.
how many people we got in here? Holy crap.
I think it's like 3 or 4 people for the next run.
We got Cam Silva, Dusty Jones, Matty Spies, Jet Singer, and Igor, the Dragon Roscoff.
Yeah. Igor the Dragon Roscoff.
I'm loving this RTR inspired livery on this S650.
This Cam Silva's, yeah, I do love it. Love the style. And the how he's very aggressive with driving it. It's just I feel like the consistency with Cam, from what I wish he had more of, from what I've seen. If he was very aggressive, he would be a top contender, especially for this kind of bracket season.
Oh, and here's Ernestus. I didn't think he showed up. I saw no score there.
Ernestus, the Kubalis.
All right, we're getting this ripping right off the bat. We got Cam Silva.
We have
being ushered.
Petty Carl out here in the chat saying that he's mad. He's sad he can't go to FD this year, E-Town. I did go to E-Town last year. Was able to hang out with him. He always has this running joke that wait, first I gotta find the pits on this track. There's Dusty Jones, okay. But I was able to talk to him. It was cool to hang out with Petty Carl at E-Town. That it was hot last year, man. I thought I was gonna pass out from the heat.
Is it really that bad?
It was just humid during that day. It was so humid. You need to drink water. But then, yeah. Well, I went to Sebring. What was in August, and Sebring is a prior military base, and you're on tarmac, so it's hot as balls. And so I went there and I had to drink so much water, my calves cramped for some reason. It was the weirdest thing for my experience.
I'm gonna try to make it this year, but we'll see.
What was that?
E-Town.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna try. I wanna get together with all the boys, say hi.
Oh yeah, we're doing a whole big thing. We're trying to do a yearly get together with the ACS crew. Well, at least once a year. It's fun. When they went to Sebring, it was Geronimo was there. Had a great time with him. Arian, Spooky is another guy. PJ Paul Fantillo went out there. A couple other guys. Blue Pass. It was just a good time. But we have Cam Silva with the RTR Mustang coming in, shifting through his gears, using that understeer to come out, taps the wall, kind of corrects, and then gets himself back in the drift, going all the way in to that second outer zone, filling out that inner clip, going all the way out, flirting with that outer zone 3, transitioning into that power alley, good angle, going all the way through to that final wall, flirting with that zone. That car doesn't look like it has much side bite.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was another one that looked kind of lazy, little conservative, little timid.
It was a dead fish. Yeah. You ever got a dead fish handshake?
Yeah. I was thinking of something else, but yeah.
You're nasty. If it's what I'm thinking. If not, I'm nasty.
You know when somebody just like starfishes?
That's why. Yeah. Okay. We're.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. All right, we got Dusty Jones coming up here,
Dusty Jones.
trying to make his way out of the pits.
Dusty Jones. Sounds like an outlaw name.
That's what I was thinking.
I can't say that, dude.
But that dude, it does. He sounds like you want to stay away from old Dusty Jones around the corner. He definitely sounds like an outlaw or some, you know.
Oh,
big
speaking of
contact.
outlaw, he outlawed right into the wall. Dusty Jones.
Beybladed himself off track.
Beyblade. What happened there, Dusty? Dusty. Here we go. Matt Spy's coming out here with the BMW. Oh my god.
I love this E46. I think this is the oldest car out here, besides the A80 Supra. One of the OG drift chassis right here. Big initiation, huge angle throughout the entirety of that outside zone. ECU Masters BMW looking beautiful coming through this power alley. Little bit of a tire drop coming in through that inside clip. You can see that chassis.
Wow.
Oh, big angle.
Did he save it?
It looks like a big deduction. Oh, big contact to the wall. Dang.
Man, that run was shaky. It's almost as shaky as how his livery looks like those outlawed candy canes.
Outlawed candy canes?
Yeah, you know, you never go for the candy canes that are blue, white, and green. Those are like the minty ones. They're bleh. I call them outlawed. They're outlawed in my house.
I mean, if you get any candy cane that isn't just peppermint, I think you're a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you hand me a candy cane and it's fruity, I'm gonna stab you in the neck with it.
Wow. I thought you were gonna stab him somewhere else, since it's. You know what? We're gonna continue on to the next guy. Brandon Gray.
Jam a crest white strip in the tip of my.
Benjamin Gray, I believe, is up next. Benny Gray. Benny Gray.
I don't think he is
I don't think he's here.
I don't either. I think we're trying to all right, they have their timer going. And it looks like his time is up.
Well, you got 30 seconds, and it's up. The next driver is coming up.
Looks like it's gonna be
Jet Singer. Yeah, if you thought the other guy's name sounded like something.
Jet Singer, that sounds like an actor's name.
Yeah, an actor that not allowed to watch. When
Or
you're
like
older.
like maybe I'm just thinking of like Jet Li.
Oh, that back. Why are we in different levels today? But we
Listen
got
to that
Jet Singer.
two-step on
Yeah,
that one, dude. Dang.
Jet Singer coming out here with the S chassis for the qualifying run, flicking it in there, tapping that wall, still fighting through. On the way to the outer zone, coming into the second outer zone, flick, missing that inner clip, tire drop, going into that third outer zone, filling it out, going into this inner clip, boom, huge angle to flick it into the final outer zone, but it looks like a straighten, and that's a huge goose egg. Jet Singer.
Unfortunate.
Next we have Igor the Dragon Roscoff.
Oh. Jeez.
These drivers are moving up to the line slower than old people tend to have a conversation.
Yeah, get him a walker.
I'm gonna start having a timer for how long it takes for someone to drive up to the line, and they will get a walker at the end of the competition to see who has the longest approach to the line.
Who's
Here we
the
go.
slowest from the pits?
Yeah, man. Here we go. Igor the Dragon Roscoff with that R35 coming in with a huge flick into that first outer zone, pulling it out. Very consistent with the angle going through. Lifted completely off to try to get the inner clip, and he does, going into that third outer zone. Transition, money, going to the final outer zone, all the way through, riding that wall. Wow. That was good.
We know Igor is an absolute menace out here. He was, I think, maybe not number one qualifier last time.
He was 2, I
but
believe.
he was,
2 or
yeah,
3.
definitely top 3.
Very consistent with his runs. Then we have Ernestus Jakupoulos. Jaku.
I forgot about that.
Jaku.
Here we come in this mustard color S chassis. Carbon roof. Initiating big angle. Bumper against the wall. Almost at a 90-degree angle there from Ernestus. Transitioning. Big angle again through the power alley. All the power up the bank. Up against the wall. A little bit of left foot braking to keep the proximity against the wall. Transitions and flicks it big against the wall. Has to check up his angle there because it was just too much. And across the line.
Wow, that first half of that track was insane, but he was in midline on that final inner clip, going in on that final outer zone. He held a good fill out. Man, that was insane. He rode that wall from beginning to end of the first outer zone. That was insane. He has an 87.7. How's the qualifying results looking? We have Austriaca all the way up top with a 91. We have, what else? Coat out there with a 90.5 in second place, and Vadim Abramov in third place. Then holding the tail end is Benjamin Gray. But then we have our next drivers coming up. We have Paul Tantillo from the previous round. He was top qualifier. He's all the way down on 12th place. Ernestus Jakublis has an 87.7, holding 6th place right now. He can take the top position if he cleans up that line a little bit. Cam Silva is holding 23rd place right now. Let's see how he performs. He's coming up next in the qualifying run. And I'm seeing people scrubbing their tires. I feel like this is more of a ritual, kind of like if you go up to bat in baseball.
Yeah, whenever I would compete, I would always, it didn't matter if someone was waiting for me or not, I always do a little bit of a scrub to make sure all my things are working, nothing's broken, make sure my tune's right. And here we go, Cam Silva coming out for a second run. Kind of a light initiation, left foot braking against the wall, transitions through the power alley, midline. There's a big bump there. You can see that rear end was really loose and kind of almost came off the ground there when he went off track a little. And just a lazy transition into the last zone. It's going to put a score on the board, but there's just something about it that just does not look exciting.
Did he three-wheel on that on that inner clip?
Well, no, I think his back wheel came off the ground because he hit the drain.
Oh man, because I look like when he transitioned, he three-wheeled. Coming
I
in,
missed it.
um, looking at previous run. Oh, he lifted all the way up, almost three-wheeled. He just barely got it. Speaking of three-wheeling, there's a running joke. I don't know if I said it last round. If someone three-wheels, I'm gonna grunt like a gorilla. Um, but we got Dusty Jones out here, the outlaw. He's spanned like a Beyblade last round run, but he is getting that fill out on that first outer zone, going into the power alley to the second outer zone. Nice transition, huge decel, hitting both zones. A little bit flirting with that outer zone 3. Transition is good, fill out. Final outer zone, trying to tuck himself in. That's a lot better than last run. But what I've been noticing is that inner clip going into outer bank of outer 3. You need momentum, and you can't decel too much that you actually slow yourself down, because now you're fighting that hill.
All right, Stevie, you're out of here, boy. Bye. Get out! Freaking loser. If anybody's wondering or watching, we do not tolerate childish hat-assery.
Well, next driver coming out here, Matty Spies. There we go. Matty Spice coming in here with a nice flick into that first outer zone. A little bit a low line going into that, going to the power alley. Transition is Money. Held that angle into that inner clip, going all the way up. Going in to that final inner clip. Transition, Money in all the way to that final outer zone. He is very shallow on each zone. It had potential, but came up short. See what these judges look on the score. Matty Spies gets a 78. Next is Jet Singer.
All right.
Jet Singer coming out here, getting himself set up.
All right, Jet Singer, you can hear him. He's ready to go. All right, and Jet is off. Let's see if he can get a better run, or at least get a run on the board this time. Tap the wall, transitioning through the power alley, deep into that touch and go, through that inner clip, beautiful line. Up against the wall, deep into that outer zone. I think he got both tires in that zone. Transitioning way late, and that might have screwed him up. Is he gonna go into the wall? And he does!
Oh.
Another 0 from Jet.
Dang, that was unfortunate. Jet Singer. It's unfortunate. It was that transition that set himself up for failure. It's crazy to see these guys come out here, perform on great on other tracks, but then end up losing it a little bit on a track just like this, where you need the momentum compared to other tracks where you kind of can't be using so much momentum or else you go out of the track. But next guy, we have Igor the Dragon Rozkov. See how he performs. Igor the Dragon Rozkov is rolling up. I don't know what happened with Ernestus, but we see Igor. Ernestus is last, I believe. Coming in, Igor. Coming in with the red R35. With a huge flick into that first outer zone, filling it out, getting nice proximity to that first wall, going all the way through to the power alley, second outer zone, huge angle. Coming into that inner clip, money, momentum is good to that second outer wall, transitioning into this inner clip, filling it out all the way to that final outer wall, and taps the wall, straightens out. Man, if he held it together on that, it would have been insane. He was cooking.
All right, we got Ernestus' last run coming up.
Ernestus Jaku Bellis.
All right, let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can finish off this qualifying morning with a spicy run. Here we go. Big flick. All the way up against the wall. Little late on the throttle and almost straightens. Coming down off the bank. Transitioning deep into the touch and go into the inside clip. Going back up the bank. Lots of left foot braking. A little bit of a shallow angle and then pours on the angle here into this chicane. And back up against the wall. Full throttle. Massive commitment.
Wow. As we see the qualifying results, he is the final run. Holding up the top 5 is Darius Austriaca in first. Jason Coate, sorry, in second. Vadim Abramov in third. Sam Guns in fourth. And Garrett Shaw in fifth.
Not a bad way to round up qualifying.
What is going on with this run? They're watching the replay right now. There might have been a situation where he 3-pointed. I think they're looking at.
Oh, I thought they were looking at him straighten.
No, I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know.
I heard 3-point. I heard straighten a little bit. Like we're both commentating here. We barely hear the judges when we commentate, so it helps us out, kind of getting little tidbits of what the judges are saying. They're looking at the replay right now.
It looks clean to me.
They're looking really in depth on this replay, transitioning in there.
No, beautiful run. That run was perfect.
That run came out gangster. They looked out at the replay to see if he 3-pointed, and looking at the replay, he gets an 88 for that run. And we are going to be taking a break after this.
That
We're
shakes
gonna
up the
go
top
on.
5, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Let's see what's the top 5 now. 88. No, it actually shakes him up going into.
Oh no, you're right.
No, he stays in the 6th place position. It was just he needed a 90 or above to get into the top 5. But we do have the top 32 battles coming up next. And man, it's gonna be a good one. And with these guys coming out here performing to the fullest to get the top seat in this championship bracket, this is the midway point of CNDS.
I think we're going to take an hour break before we get into the top 32. Thank you to all of our sponsors, and thanks for all the competitors coming out here and all of you guys watching. We appreciate it. I think we're going to take an hour. I believe. And we got confirmation, 1 hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series.
Dream Chasers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Concept Drift Series.
Dream Chasers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, would you bring your attention to me for a feast for your eyes to see, an explosion of catastrophe. We are here at Concept Drift Series. We have Darius about to do a buy run. We're getting excited. Shmay!
What up?
I'm amped. Here we go, Darius. We have Darius out here putting his buy run down, setting the standard out here to try to perform at the highest potential with that one thing we were talking about during the break. The judges were bringing up is that the inner clip, that decel zone, we want to see the competitors back on throttle before they hit the inner clip, and if they cause a collision, it's going to be against the lead driver, man. So
that looked way too easy for Darius.
That was like farting through silk, my man.
that was ridiculous.
We got Riley and Diego. All right, who is it?
We got Diego Carroll leading Riley Durham.
Yes. I'm excited to see what they add. Diego is in the lead. And Riley is in the chase. Here we go. Diego coming in for the first run, first battle of this competition. Diego going in with a nice initiation. Riley forward in that pocket, uses some left foot braking, rubbing that tire into the side of Diego going in. Diego's doing a fantastic job filling out each zone, doing a great job in the lead. Good angle. Transition in the power alley, going into that final outer zone, using some left foot braking a little bit late in that zone. But Riley is there with that Ford Mustang.
What a first battle we got today.
Yeah. Finally got the comfy map set up. But here we go. The second run of this battle. Riley Durham coming in with a interesting initiation. Getting a drop on that outer zone. Going all the way through, using braking all the way through. That wall taps it, straightens out. And Diego Carroll doesn't have to finish this lap, but just doing it for the spectators out in the stands. And it looks like a clear-cut decision that's going to happen here. We're going to have the drivers pull up to the judges' booth. Like I said earlier, this track was made by Geronimo from ACS, coming out here doing a great job. We have Camus supporting the series as well, Temper Productions, Hannah Motors, Vosan, Longhorn, as well as ADL. I appreciate all the sponsors out here. This is the first battle, and it seems like a clear-cut decision that's going to happen here.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one's wasn't really quite the battle we wanted, but
all right. Judge's decision comes up, and it, like I said, it looks like a clear-cut decision. Petty Carl, Diego Carroll is moving on. Great job. Now we have Nico, Stella, and Mitet. There we go. Nico Stella. The streetcar named Stella. You ever seen a streetcar named Desire?
I'm not.
Okay. No, I'm dating myself. All right, send it away, Shmay.
All right, Nico leading Alexander Matet. Alexander, the young gun, trying to hang with all the veterans out here. Nico initiates a little bit shallow. Alexander right there on his door. Transitions right on the bumper. Going into this inside clip on throttle, right where the judges want to see.
Wow.
Coming here through this chicane, Alexander on the bumper through both these transitions. And right on his door through the finish.
It's fantastic.
Great lead run. You can't have a good chase without a good lead.
Yeah.
Say that, like a broken record.
And Alexander Matet going in. Well, it was a little shaky initiation, but now we have them flip-flop. Alexander Matet is coming in here. Also with the A90. He's the A90 with the spoiler and the back. Throwing it in there, rubbing on that wall, but oh mercy, Stella is coming in hot and spicy into that inner clip. Alexander Matet is doing a fantastic job, doing a good fill out in each zone. Lead versus lead is looking extra spicy between both competitors, but Stella is doors, baby.
Wow. Nico. Now that was a battle that we wanted to see.
Judges are going over their decisions, but we're waiting to hear. And it's looking like Stella is getting the win, and I know it's the Stelia, but I like saying Stella. Don't you try to tongue twist me, Nico.
So it sounds like word from the judges is that the leads were almost identical, but chase for chase, Nico just edged out Alexander Matet.
I'm about to make a meme about his name, Nico.
All right, up next, moving right on through, we got Igor Rozkov in that Nissan GTR going against Cam Silva in that Yellow Speed Performance RTR S650. And here they go, Igor leading Cam Silva into huge initiation. Cam right up on the door. Big contact from Cam Silva.
Damn, Cam Silva just sent Igor into the wall. Igor the Dragon Roscoff just was unfazed after it. He kept going, but it looked like he was a little too, Cam was a little too spicy going into that initiation.
Yeah, he looked really aggressive. I don't think Igor was off throttle or even on the brakes, but we'll see it in the replay if he was on his brakes too hard. But I think Cam just overshot. So now we have Cam Silva leading Igor. Let's see if they can keep this one clean. Igor giving a little bit of room at the beginning and then putting it right on his door, not giving Cam any room to breathe. Transitioning, barely taps the bumper on transition, it looks like. Igor, even having the win, is just putting all the pressure on Cam, unless he thinks he made the mistake and is trying to make Cam make a mistake now. But look at him go, Cam, huge angle, almost checks up, and look at that. Igor keeping it under control.
Oh my God, Igor the Dragon Roscoff out here and sticking it to him. My goodness, my man out here sending it. It did look like Cam just got a little too hot on that initiation, and Igor was just filling out the zone.
I don't know. Igor might have checked up speed. I saw some left foot braking. I don't know if there was a lot of it, but there was brake lights on.
Yeah, I think it was more of like he was filling out the zone. I don't know if that was much of a speed. If you saw Cam Silva initiate, he had low angle on the initiation and was just cooking from what I saw. But we're just commentators. This is what we're seeing. We'll see what the judges say.
And it looks like the judges have made a decision. It is going to go to Igor.
Yeah, it's wild because the crazy thing is with the chase, and this I've noticed when you're in the chase on this track, you got to be able to slow down quickly on the initiation to stick it to the door. You saw Igor in the chase when he flicked it in there. He actually used the left foot braking to slow himself down and angle up and mirror him. With Cam, when he was initiating, it was just shallower angle and it was just like a beeline to his door, which I love it. I love it. And we see at the top 16 bracket filling up. It's going to be Darius Ostriaca versus Diego Carroll, Nico Stella, and the Dragon Roscoff battling out. Next will be Sam Guns doing the bye run. Then it will be Joseph Kempinski and Paulius Drusis going in the top 32 battle. Garrett Shaw gets a bye as well. And then it's going to be Paul Tantillo versus Brendan Latham. That's going to be interesting to see. Wait, what? No, Petty. What? Okay, cool. Yes. Have the live feed on my side.
Man, Sam Guns is out here popping off. Alright, we were just waiting for all the drivers to get on the grid here.
I've been commentating this whole time. I didn't realize my mic was muted.
Has it really
So,
been?
yeah, I was talking and I guess it was real quiet. It was just a dunce moment. But I asked you when I realized that my mic was muted. If you were to compete in CNDS, what would be your chassis you run?
It was going to be the SC300.
Oh.
That was actually going to be my car. I just, I might use it next season if I drive, but I also have a 1M that I really like.
Nice. I like being unique. If I were to compete, it would be the Challenger that I have here, in CNDS, or the Charger.
I've been looking into, things like that, like, there's a old AMG GT laying around that I've been thinking about building, but I don't know. I'm not sure what I want to do. I'm not even sure I'm going to drive next year.
I just enjoy driving on Assetto and doing some cool clips. I'm coming up with I'm not sure if you're familiar with an NFD, the Drift Alliance, with Vaughn Gittin and Chris Forsberg. They had this little crew together. Well, I actually am starting to kind of fine tune the requirements. I want to do like an alliance like that because I think everybody getting along on Assetto as a drifter is a big thing in my book. But I want to see. Hold on one second. I think the server just went out.
Yep.
Yeah, weird stuff's happening, and so going back to what I was saying. I'm coming up with a team. I already got a select few people already a part of this team because they just love the concept. But the team name is Three Will and Realists.
Okay.
All right. So in order to be a part of the Three Will and Realists, we have like an idea. I'm actually gonna do a post on Instagram later on. Hopefully this week. The first round is gonna be you guys posting a clip of your comp car or whatever, three-wheeling a whole turn or a whole section and being gangster with it, right? And having fun with it. But if you're a competitor, you're gonna have to qualify. One qualifying round, if you're a part of the three-wheeling realists, has to be with a three-wheeling tune.
Oh, jeez.
I think it would bring more excitement and thrill into competition. I enjoy the concept of three-wheeling on Assetto.
Yeah.
And it's just a fun atmosphere whenever you're with people with tunes that you never know that it would three-wheel. Like I three-wheeled the Mustang all the time.
Yeah.
I was able to three-wheel the Challenger for fun. But what was it? I was running the DCGP cars, and I was able to make the BMW E36 three-wheel, the whole I think it was Outer Zone 3 to Interclip 2. No, Interclip 1. No, 2 on Okayama. And I was like, yo, that's gangster. So three-wheeling realists, if you do that, you get one of the stickers that you could put on your livery on the window. You know how you see Sam Guns out here, he's doing his buy run. On the back window, you put a three-wheeling realist logo, kind of like Drift Alliance.
Yeah, but that's kind of funny that you say that, because MILFs is
Arilla?
toying with some sort of idea like that.
Yeah.
Sam Guns, I want to mention, Sam Guns out here throwing down a spicy run here, just popping off. That car sounds great. Yellow Speed Racing, S chassis, did awesome.
Good job, Guns.
I mean, Sam's driving speaks for itself. We don't, he's one of the best out here. He threw down a 90-point run right there.
Yeah.
Dude's an animal. Up next, we're going to have Joseph Kapinski and Paulius Drusus.
Paulius Drusus. And Joseph JK out here, Puerto Rican, representing the Latinos. You know what's crazy? I never thought when I first met Joseph Kapinski, I didn't think he was Puerto Rican. It's just how he has long hair.
Yeah.
He has long hair. I'm like, you're Puerto Rican? Yeah. Cool dude. All right. Joseph Kapinski is out here in the lead. Paulius Drusus is in the chase. Schmay, what do you think of this duo right here?
Well, I think Joseph Kapinski is obviously a little bit more seasoned driver, especially in real life. And Paulius just doesn't quite have that chassis dialed in yet. So I'd love to see Paulius pull out an upset, but I think, like as we're seeing, Joseph is just going to drive away from him today. And Joseph's doing a great job. He's wavering a little bit on a couple zones, but he's doing a really good lead, and Paulius just cannot seem to get up on his door.
Jesus, Joseph Kapinski out here putting out a smoke show. Just dusted. Just dusted Paulius Drusus.
All right, we're gonna switch it up. We got Paulius gonna be leading.
Then we got
Kapinski.
JK out here. Let's see it. No, he had a good lead. He just sent Paulius Drusus to Gapplebee's, but let's see how Joseph Kapinski comes out here.
Whose fault? I think we got to restart. There was contact before initiation.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there.
Let's see if they're gonna stop that. I don't know. It looks like they're trying to get the drivers back at the start here.
Yeah, it does. I did look like Paulius kind of like checked up right before initiation. I'm wonder if we pull up the replay a little bit, but if you see the body weight of the car shift forward, right before initiation, we're gonna look at this replay real quick. But it kind of looked like a brake check.
Yeah, it definitely didn't look like Paulius was on throttle through all the like it, from the chicane on.
Let's see this replay. As we see the lights go green, you have these drivers go up. Paulius literally is going slow, and then he let off throttle. He let off throttle. There was no smoke on his rear tires in the initiation right before Joseph Kapinski actually hits.
This is such an odd. These are moments that we don't really like seeing because these are awkward and none of the drivers are happy. It's boring to watch, but
is that awkward? Sorry.
It's just awkward. It's like going out on a first date and no one knows what to say. It's like
I was gonna go right there too with it. I'm like, is as awkward as me trying to talk to a pretty woman? Like it's like I don't want to take it running for a while, and it's just weird that when you see Paulius drive up to the initiation, he goes up and you'll see the sudden stop of smoke right before the line, and Joseph Kapinski just boops him right in the booty hole, and he just
because even if you're gonna be e-braking, you should be on throttle when your car's facing the wall.
Even that, like when you e-brake initiate into that zone, that still gives Joseph enough room to kind of shimmy into the pocket going into initiation. He was completely straight when there was no smoke.
Give me 1 second here. Let me go. I'm gonna go see what the judges are thinking.
Yep. We're hearing what the judges say, and they're about to. Paulius Drew says is in the chat.
Well, he says, I guess so.
Petty Carl says, can't wait for this. I think he's talking about the three-wheel and Rillas.
I think so,
he's
too.
watching. Yeah. The three-wheel and Rillas concept is pretty fun.
Okay, going back to that, yeah, Mills has been, when the season gets over, he wanted to start a, like a sub-section of team to go do, like, togays and, like, we're going to take high-horsepower cars, like, we're basically going to do Chelsea and Von Gittin togays in pro cars and go do fun stuff. Like,
and it looks like Joseph JK, sorry to cut you off. Joseph JK gets a win. It was the fault. Yeah. Okay. For the collision. But it's unfortunate for that scene happen. But you said Paul was coming up with the concept of doing pro cars in the Togay circuit?
Yeah, just like go have fun in the pro cars and still get some seat time, and then also go like yesterday we went up and did some snow drifting in Japan.
Oh, nice. I'm excited for that. We have Garrett Shaw out here. I believe this is his bye run. Garrett Shaw is Garrett the Dragon Slayer Shaw. He got that name dubbed on him after he beaten the Dragon Roscoff on last round. But yeah, I do like that concept. I wish there was more teams out there that was more of just out there to have fun, put some content out there, do some baller ass runs. That's where the three-wheel and is. You don't. It's not a dedicated comp team. It's just an alliance, basically. Like, you guys are all homies.
Yeah, exactly. Just out there having fun.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity to drift with plenty different teams, competitive teams, and the Injuku guys are cool to drift with. Escuco, AOM, they're all great people. It's just a fun time. But now we got PJ versus Brandon Latham. Shmay, take it away, Bubba.
All right. Let's see here. We got Paul Tantillo in the BMW, Brendan Latham in the S chassis. Paul's going to be leading, throwing it at initiation. Huge angle. Not a snappy initiation, but massive angle. Brendan Latham on his door. Transition, falls back a little bit, has a bit of a late transition behind him, and is struggling to catch up the bank. That field suspension BMW is just screaming through this chicane and through the final outside zone over the line, and Brendan Latham finally getting right back up on his door.
That was a fantastic lead from Paul Tantillo, but what I noticed on that third outer zone, he had a loss of angles to try to reach out to that wall. The judges are going to look at that most likely, but Paul Tantillo coming out here, it was a sloth initiation, but he was using the understeer of that car to kind of carry himself into that first outer zone. But let's see how he does. A great job over here as Brandon Latham filling out that first outer zone. Paul Tantillo coming in here to try to get that proximity right off the rip, giving him space. Brandon Latham coming out and filling out each zone. Paul Tantillo is trying to keep that proximity throughout that whole time, all the way to that final outer zone. Paul Tantillo is staying in the pocket. Wow.
Man, these guys are just, the lead drivers have figured out this track. They have just, they are just throwing down some killer runs.
It's looking lead versus lead, chase versus chase. Paul Tantillo was doing a good job on keeping some of the chase active, but we're looking at what the judges said. They already came up with a decision. Looks like a one more time from these two battles.
MTs.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Paul Tantillo out here doing a good job. Oh, Brandon Latham just said that his run up, his gear didn't, his shifter didn't go into gear on the run up. Wow. But we're talking about how Paul Tantillo's car, you need to, with that car, you actually have to, in this track, you use that understeer to carry yourself into that first outer zone. So it looks like it's not going to carry, it's not going to snap compared to some of these other drivers. They'll snap right into the zone.
Right.
But we're going to see Jason Coe. He's going to be one of the drivers that usually snaps into angle. If you see him right here, bang, snapping into angle and filling out the zone, compared to how Paul Tantillo comes in and carries the drift into the zone. It's a different style. So drifting is all about the expression of the cars. These guys love running the S chassis. Some guys love running BMWs. Some guys love Mustangs. So it's different styles, different techniques in these kind of battles.
And that's the greatest thing about drifting in these events, because where else are you going to see a A90 Supra versus a E46 versus a Ferrari, or
it's so funny. You could, to the point that the styles of the drifting, you could pinpoint how they are as a character. Like Paul Tantillo, he's a very laid back dude, and how he just initiates into it, it's so smooth and consistent and chilled. But we have Paul Tantillo coming out here with the BMW, Brendan Latham coming in, Paul Tantillo doing the same exact thing and filling out the zones, very consistent with his lead runs. Huge angle going into that inner clip, filling it out, going to that third outer zone, just barely touching it. And man, Brandon Latham is coming in here and trying to stay in that pocket the whole time. A little shallow angle. It looks like he's straightened on the chase.
Oh my God, Brandon Latham panicked right there at the end and didn't transition on the door. But my goodness, that first half of that track was one of the best chases we've seen.
Jesus.
Right. Brendan Latham in the lead. Paul Tantillo in tow. They initiate. Brendan Latham, snappy initiation, big angle all the way through outside zone 1.
Wow.
Paul Tantillo right there on his door, staying right against that back tire. Transitioning. Brandon Latham has a crazy transition into that inside clip, going all the way up to the wall, into the chicane. Paul Tantillo doing everything he can to keep up. Brandon Latham is just on rails. He has built a rocket ship.
The one thing I noticed, Brandon Latham on that power alley, when he transitioned to that inner clip, he actually gained more angle and flicked himself into it. But if we're going to watch his replay back, we're watching the first run with Paul Tantillo coming in and being smooth and consistent throughout the whole run, going into that inner clip, hitting it perfect, going into that outer zone 3, filling it out. But Brandon Latham is keeping that proximity throughout that whole battle. But let's see right here. It looks like he straightened out just a little bit to lock up the tires and tuck in to the pocket. But going into the lead run with Brandon Latham, let's see. So Brandon Latham right here, his initiation is a lot different than Paul Tantillo. We're going to see how he flicks right in, going in to this first outer zone. Huge flick into that first outer zone. Nice angle. Paul Tantillo is coming in here and keeping that proximity and coming in all the way through. Huge angle into that inner clip. Paul Tantillo is trying to keep that proximity going into outer zone 3. You see the huge angle and then flick in. It made Paul Tantillo to kind of slow back and lose that proximity, but Paul Tantillo did not care. He would just fight through it and try to gain that proximity.
And as per the rules, this is going to be a decision because there's no second one more time. There's only one more time until the final 4. So judges will have to pan through this and make a decision.
Going in, it's crazy. I want to. That's that replay of that lead. If you look, he straightens. Boom. It looked really close to a straighten, but I'm trying to see what they do.
Okay, we got 1, 2 for Brandon Latham and 1 for Paul Tantillo. So it looks like Brandon Latham moves on. Brandon Latham, just barely. It sounds like the judges were really split on that one.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion going on in the background about that, if he fully straightened or if he didn't. But we're moving on with the competition.
So if you look at the bracket here, we are halfway through into our top 32. We have, what do we got left?
We got,
I can't, it's too small for me.
Jason Coate already did his buy run. We have Brandon Shorten, Matt Spies, Varys Blastoise versus Dusty Jones, Husa versus Jackson Hanna. Vadim Abramov has another buy. Brandon Kasor, Alec Bowden, as well as Jaku versus Jet Singer, and Will Holloway versus the Nutcase Nutshell. I like it.
Man, Will Holloway, final run of the top 32. That's going to be a nice bookend for the top 32 going up.
Oh, yeah. Definitely is going to be interesting.
You say he's going against Nicholas?
Yeah, Nicholas, the Nutcase Nutshell.
All right, so coming up, we got Matty Spies coming in on track. We got Michael Varys, Dusty Jones.
Brandon Shorten is the only one out here, which is surprising, with the Chevy Corvette. He Matt Field right into the wall. Going in. Brandon Shorten out here with the C6 Corvette. I'm seeing. I'm just only looking at the backside, but
No, yeah, I think is he the only Chevy out here too?
yeah, he's the only Chevy out here, and he does another map field into the wall. What is going on, Brandon?
Actually, that just gave me an idea for a pro car next year, dude. That's kind of. What if he did like a wide body O2 catfish style Camaro?
Oh, I love it.
Because they have a Trans Am over in DMAX, so
That is true.
it's the same chassis.
That Trans Am is sick though.
But is there a way? So I wonder if they do a 4-link rear setup or if they do like an independent, like a custom independent rear setup.
Oh, that's a good question.
I have research to do for next year. Because I know a guy out of Florida. His name is Kenny Slides.
Yes.
And he runs a 4-link solid rear axle in his Trans Am and runs an anti-squat setup and it rips.
Yeah. No, I've seen some crazy things in Florida drifting wise. I've seen a lot of Corvettes, but there is a couple guys out here with E30s, and they're just shredding out here. We have, what was it, Chris Jackson from Jackson Performance. He is also Jeff Jones' crew chief. He runs an E30, but that thing looks like Frankenstein.
I love builds like that.
It's just beat to hell. There's like a stuffed animal as his antenna. Like, it's insane. But he basically fixed the car just enough to run the next round.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, here we go. Brandon Shorten. I was taking a sip of my liquid death. Brandon Shorten coming out here being a little shaky, but my goodness, Matt Spice is keeping that proximity throughout that first outer zone. Brandon Shorten going all the way to that third outer zone, filling it out. Matt Spice loses proximity going into his power alley. Brandon Shorten fills out that inner clip going to that final outer zone. Oh, taps the wall a little bit, gives it a little French kiss right there at the end.
That was a really good battle for these two drivers here. Let's see what Matt Spice can do in the lead. Brandon Short needs to get a little bit closer in proximity. Matt Spies didn't quite have the proximity that the judges are looking for. So here we go. Matty Spies initiating big angle. Brandon Short, not quite as much angle, but getting the proximity. They come down off the bank and transition. Brandon Short right on his bumper, transitioning. Matt Spies doing a great job up this bank. Brandon Short almost straightening into his door, and they transition through the chicane, and we got huge angle from Matt Spies.
A little bobble at the end, man. Wow.
That was sloppy, but all of the entertainment.
I love things that are sloppy. Wait, what? Yeah. We got Matt Spice coming out here and the chase. He initiated way before Brandon going in to that first outer zone, but Brandon's going out there, filling out each zone, going all the way through, doing a great job. And Matt Spies is just keeping the drift throughout the whole battle and trying to stay in an active chase as Brandon taps that wall towards the end. Now we're going to see the second replay where Matty Spies coming in here for the second run. He's going to be in the lead with that BMW, and it's just that ending was insane because I thought he was gonna lose it. But let's see if Brandon Lathan straightened out on outer zone 3. Oh, is that Shorten? Sorry, the Chevy Corvette coming in, boom, all the way through, all the way to this. Yep, that's straight. Yeah, that was straight. That looks straight. It's so crazy.
Uncharacteristic, but it just proves that nerves can get the best of any driver, even the most seasoned ones. So here we go.
Yes.
Judge decision is up, or the judge's card is up. Slide him left for Brandon Shorten, right for Matty Spies, and unanimously Matt Spies moves on due to Brandon Shorten straightening on the outer zone 3. So congrats to Matt Spies moving into the top 16. So we got the next drivers coming up. It's Michael Varys. And it is Honda S2000 versus Dusty Jones in his A90. This is going to be quite the battle. Both these drivers are very, very consistent drivers.
Here we go. Go for it.
All right, we got Michael Varys in this fire-breathing Honda AOM boy going to Dusty Jones. Dusty Jones left at the line, trying to gain back the real estate. Transitioning into this inner clip, Michael Varys going up the bank into outer zone 3. Lots of left foot braking, letting Dusty Jones get back up on his door. He transitions on the bumper of Michael Varys, and Michael just every transition just insane. That bumper hanging over the top of the wall. Dusty Jones left in the dust.
Golly! Did you see him ride that wall, bro? Holy smokes! Oh my goodness. Now we have Blastoise out here. Michael Varys, Art of Motion livery versus Dusty Jones U-Haul. Let's see if Blastoise could make him pack it in the trailer as Blastoise is staying in the pocket, going through Dusty Jones, second outer zone, huge angle. Michael Varys stays in the pocket, fighting through. Dusty Jones has been shaky, but Blastoise is staying on him throughout this power alley. Oh, mercy! All the way to the final wall. Dusty Jones hits the wall. Oh my goodness! Way to put pressure, Blastoise. Y'all about to make me freaking have an aneurysm. Golly, chill out. It's just the top 32. Man, Blastoise out here in the lead, just filling out each zone. It looked like he didn't even lift at all. Did apply some left foot braking to stay in the pocket, but man, let's see what the judges say. And it looks like a unanimous for Blastoise. Moving on. Fantastic job on the chase and on the lead.
That is a great run. That car is beautiful too, and he just hucks it like it is a $500 Honda Civic.
Well, he made him pack it in the trailer.
Pack it in the U-Haul, as it were.
Yeah, same thing as a trailer, right?
Or a box truck.
Box truck. Oh, yeah. Pack your stuff in a box truck. That's what it's gonna be. Man, dude, I'm drinking this Liquid Death. It's amazing. The severed lime. It's like a Sprite.
I've never tried the flavored.
Yes, they're fantastic. My son loves them.
Are they carbonated?
Yes, they're carbonated. So instead of me drinking soda, I drink these. And Monster. So mainly, I don't drink soda much. Yeah. I drink Monster most of the time, but man,
I'm sorry, I'm stifling laughter. I'm trying.
We just heard it.
We have, for those that want a little background info, our team is very tight knit, and nobody pulls punches. So when somebody does bad, there's no love lost. We are not very sympathetic. We have fun out here. So.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a good thing to have people that you're able to be not. Hey, you don't pull punches with it. I'm always with that with my friends. But when you got guys that are competitive like that and don't pull punches, it's hilarious at times. It's also ouch. Like I got feelings too, my guy.
Right.
Man, we're getting the guys out here. Kilkare is actually an Ohio track. I've never been to it. It looks like a dope track to go to. I'm excited to see the next track that's coming out. Like I said, on the previous rounds, that I'm in the blind with all these tracks. Whenever we get it, I get it the same time as the competitor. And the craziest thing is I have some choice words for Paul Mox. Put my car in the practice server so I could actually spend some more time practicing and learning the track. You selfish man.
Sorry, my headphones just took a dump. All right. Looks like we have some technical difficulties with the stream here.
John, well, Temple has been struggling with the PC. I'm gonna try to do a GoFundMe account so he could get some better PC. You ever seen the Sarah McLachlan commercials? I'm gonna do
Yes.
a promo video. Do a promo video
like
to get him.
yeah.
In the arms of an angel. For only 25 cents a week, you could help a streamer